Well, good morning and welcome everyone. It's Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. This is the last regular council meeting of the year. I shall call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. Just as a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. So you have before you an agenda. I am looking to see if there's any additions or deletions to that agenda. And seeing none, I am then looking for a motion to adopt that agenda. Councillor Malhoff, any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the motion, or I'll call the resolution. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. You've also have the minutes of the 9th of November 2021 regular council meeting. I hope you've had a chance to look through that. If there were any errors or omissions. Seeing, Councillor Ratcliffe?
No, I had a question.
A question, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, in the notices of motion, section 9, there's a motion by Councillor Swanson that council postpones the broadband project orientation. And that was based on a legal opinion. I requested the text of that legal opinion on November 12th, which I don't have yet. I'd like to receive that, please.
Mr. Reid?
I can certainly speak to this. Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Ratcliffe. You have received a letter from our council, and that includes all the information that we're at liberty to give to you regarding this issue. So I'm not sure if, I mean, that's really all I can give you.
Okay, that letter was secondary to the canceling of those two meetings. So there was a legal opinion previous to that, is my understanding. And so I would still like the text of that opinion to be able to respond.
No, council has not received any legal opinion officially until this afternoon. So you will have heard from me and through me regarding what council has advised us. But the information you received was our official response from our council to yourself. Other legal opinion is coming this afternoon.
Okay, so the letter I received, or I guess we all got a copy, had no reference to that previous reason where those meetings were canceled. My understanding at the time was that it had just been received that morning.
Perhaps, Your Worship, I'm not sure that this really relates at all to the minutes that you are
And that's
referring
what
to.
I'm thinking here. That I think there may be a great opportunity later on in the day for us to bear down on what you're alluding to. I'm thinking that's a lot of what that session is for.
Okay.
Right now we're trying to see if there's any substantial error in our minutes that people have been able to look through and see if this accurately represents the minutes of that meeting of a November 9th.
Okay, let's proceed then.
Okay, thank you for Councillor Swanson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Thank you, that carries. That brings us to item number 4, and that's a public hearing. So I will call the public hearing to order at, say, 9:07. no, 905, sorry. And I'll outline the process to be used today. Actually, maybe before we do that, I will do an appropriate line of introductions. I'll start with myself. My name is Darrell Lougheed, and I'm the Reeve of Clearwater County, also a Councillor for Division 3. And I'll pass to my left.
Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5, which is the area west of Timey Road between Highways 11 and 12, all the way to our glorious Rocky Mountains.
Brian Cermak, Division 6. Everything south of 54 up into the Evergreen area to the north and all the way west to the Banff-Jasper boundary.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, everything north of Highway 12. Thank you.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Christopher Reed, Chief Administrative Officer, Clearwater County.
Morning, Dustin Bisson, staff.
Good morning, Jose Reyes, Director of Planning.
It's myself.
That would be terrific if you would.
Okay, Laura Yaw, I'm the one that's here for Range Road 3658.
Jenny Melhoff, Councillor Division 1, and that's southwest of Rocky Mountain House.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2, and that's the Timey Road, Highway 12, a little bit south of the Leslieville Highway, all the way to the east end of the county.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor, from Caroline upwards to about halfway to Rocky Mountain House.
Well, great, thank you all. I'll just outline the process to be used today. Every person present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members will have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submission received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. To start off, Dustin Bisson, our planner, will outline the background to the application. And Dustin, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, Council. So Robert Yaw currently holds title to Plan 9724150, Block 1, Lot 1, part of the Southwest, 35-36-7 west of the 5th, containing 9.39 acres. The subject land is located approximately 9 miles northwest of the village of Caroline along Township Road 36-5A. The landowner has made application to redesignate the 9.39 acre parcel from the industrial district back to the agriculture district A within the proposed parcel. In 1997, the property owner at the time, Marvin Trimble, made application to rezone the 17.6 acres from agriculture district A to industrial district I, with the intent of expanding the existing manufacturing business that was located on the property, and to subdivide off the business portion of the property. In May 2000, the property owners at the time, Marvin and Sheila, again applied to subdivide off the 7.70 acres from the original 17.6 acre industrial parcel to separate the to create separate title to two separate business ventures on the property. The new 7.70 acre industrial parcel was used for a manufacturing business, while the remaining 9.9 acres would be used for an equipment rental business as well as the owner's residence. The subdivision to create the 7.70 acre parcel was approved by the Municipal Planning Commission on March 16, 2000. It does not appear that the equipment business rental on the remaining 9.9 acre industrial parcel ever received development approval to operate. As per section 12.2, part 13 of the land use bylaw, if a subdivision or development for which land was redesignated does not occur within 1 year of the date of passage of the bylaw, that redesignated the land, council may initiate a bylaw to redesignate the land back to its former district. Robert recently purchased the property unaware that it was zoned industrial district. The landowner has no intent of using the property for any industrial or commercial purposes. He would, however, like to use the property for residential purposes and possibly to operate a small hobby farm in the future. The property contains a residence, barn, Quonset, ancillary building. Legal and physical access to the subject property is by way of a panhandle driveway off Township Road 36-5A. Surrounding land uses within the area are residential and agricultural, and as well as industrial. Therefore, this application is to rezone the subject land back to an agriculture district as shown on Schedule A of the bylaw. When it comes to planning direction, section 12.2.4 states that the county will consider where applicable the following when evaluating an application to redesignate land: impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on the natural capital, including ag lands, site suitability and capacity, road requirements, traffic impacts, county responsibilities that may result from the development or subdivision, and any other matters that the county considers relevant. Section 3.7 of the land use bylaw deals with development permits and their validity. So an application is valid for 12 months after it's issued. Once that development is started, an additional 12 months could be used. So for a maximum of 24 months, a permit is valid. Section 13.4 of the Part 1 of the Ag District just includes the general purpose of the agricultural land use district. Section 13.41D is the acceptable lot sizes of the Ag District, which really leaves the sizes up to council to decide. I've also included the general purpose of the Country Residence Ag District, and as well as the acceptable lot sizes. And as you can see there, the acceptable lot sizes for the CRA district are just a little bit too small for the proposal that's before you here today. Policy considerations. The subject property was rezoned and subdivided for the operation of a business which does not appear to have ever received development approval. The main purpose of the property has and will continue to be residential use. The landowner may one day operate some sort of a hobby farm, and the proposed redesignation will have significantly less of an impact on surrounding adjacent lands than any industrial operation would have. The parcel size is more conducive to the agriculture district than it would be for the CRA district. First reading at the regular council meeting held on November 9th, 2021. Council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1113-21. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to Bylaw 1113-21. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. I guess there's a chance for council if they have any questions of the development officer. Councillor Swanson.
I just have an access in regards to the access from the road, TR Township Road 36-5A. Has there always been two approaches at those particular since the subdivision, or is this second? I'm just looking at the picture. It doesn't look like a well-used. I'm just asking for.
So I believe there are two accesses off of 36-5. They're about 50 meters apart there. The one access is through the panhandle, and perhaps I could ask, pose the question to Lori. Do the industrial parcel that still exists there, do they use your existing access?
No, so if you look at the way that the red line is, that one that goes straight up, that is actually our driveway. And alongside there's like a little field that's only about, I don't know, 200 and some feet wide, but it's a good 3 acres long. And then Neil Parady's, his driveway is that little beige part. It's totally off of ours. There's no access to each other. Mind you, people keep coming up our driveway for him, but it's not. It's our driveway, and then he's completely on the other side.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the development officer? Councillor or Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Just to go back in history a little bit, I don't know exactly how I still have quite a bit to learn, but for this application, when it was made for an industrial lot, was there a business plan or anything presented like that? Or just to make it like for the viability of a business to be developed, or is it just acreage sizes?
Sure. So there was a business plan put forward to council back in 97 when it was originally created. It was the entire 16-acre parcel. It was for the manufacturing business that operated out of there. And then in 2000, the proposal was to split the two titles, create a 9-acre parcel and a 7-acre parcel. The 9-acre parcel would be used for a rental business. There's a little bit of information on that, but not a lot of detail when it comes to the creation of that lot.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, I guess at this time I would ask the development officer if he wants to present any comments received from referral agencies.
So Blue Mountain Power Co-op, Fortis Alberta, TELUS, as well as our Public Works Infrastructure had no objection to the proposed land use amendment. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application at their meeting on November 17th. MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the subject land use amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I guess this is the point where I get to ask you, the applicant, if you would like to speak to the proposal or add any comments in support of your request, and to respond to any agency comments.
Well, I know it's me that lives there 24/7, so I have no intention of having any industrial on my property. We only have horses. We have horses and a dog, and that's all I plan on having on my on the property. So yeah, industrial is definitely not in our foreseen future. Not in my lifetime, anyway.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess at this time I'll ask if there is anyone in favor of the application that wishes to speak. Again, I'm inviting comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, I'll check with the development officer, Mr. Bisson, and see if there's any written submissions in favor of the request.
No written submissions in favor of the proposal were received.
Thank you. This is an opportunity now for anyone opposed to the application to come and speak in opposition to the application. Again, I'm inviting comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. And seeing none, I will check with the development officer. Were there any written submissions in opposition?
No written submissions in opposition were received.
Thank you. So I guess at this time, I was going to give you the final word, and I shall. So I'm just going to invite the applicant if you wish to present any final remarks.
No, I just hope that you guys bring it back to residential and not keep it as industrial, because the only industrial is below me. And yes, it's there, but we have no intention of ever doing anything like that. So we just want to retire there basically and enjoy the mountains.
Well, thank you very much for joining us today. I shall, sorry, Councillor Northcott.
For property taxes, what's the difference between property taxes from industrial to residential?
Would be, unfortunately, that's not a question that I can answer. There would be a significant change in the two zonings, but for tax purposes. But that would be a question for our assessment department.
Okay, I have one more question. If land is divided up into industrial lots, is there a maximum size? Or it's just, for example, say there was an oversized industrial lot subdivided out, and then just like this case, converted back to agricultural land. Right now, the size limits for acreages are, is it 5 acres and 7 acres, is that right?
So for residential purposes, it could
Yes.
be really anywhere between an acre all the way up to 7 acres. That would fall in between, that would fall for a CR, a country residence, or a country residence ag land use zoning.
Okay, and so 7 acres would be your maximum?
Yeah,
lot
that's
size.
right.
So if you were to, just like this example, you could apply, get a 9 acre, 10 or 12 or bigger acreage sizes and then reconvert them back to, you would end up with a larger than 7 acre parcel, just like this case will be.
I mean, there'd be a lot of hoops to jump through to get to that, but I guess it is something that
Okay,
could
no,
be.
I just was asking.
And just to expand, maybe to expand on that, and we discussed that during the first reading, I believe. And yeah, so it will be a more convolution to go through that process as opposed to just going directly to intensive agriculture. And that will be an easier step to go through that. But it's possible.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Hagan may have something to add as well, so.
Thank you, Eve. Perhaps I can provide some clarification with respect to property taxes. The zoning is one of the factors that an assessor would look at, but in addition, they would look at the nature of the buildings that are on the property as well as any commercial operations that are going on in the property. In this case, since there aren't any, I wouldn't expect that it would be assessed at an industrial rate. So it's one of the factors, but it's not the only deciding factor. Rezoning it back would confirm the actual use of the property and the proper taxation.
Thank you. And absolutely, I will give you the final word if you want to respond to anything at all.
No, yeah, I'm good.
Well, great. Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for joining us today. With that, I shall close the hearing. No motions will be entertained at this time. That takes us to Section 5 and 5.1. Okay.
Okay. Upon considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1113-21.
All right, so I guess I'll open the floor up for discussion around that. We've had it presented to us in the last number of minutes here, so any discussion? If not, I'd be looking for that motion for second reading. Councillor Melhoff. Okay. Any further discussion? If not, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Next, I'll be looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Swanson, any further discussion? Seeing none, I shall call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas. So that brings us,
Yes. I'll be in touch.
that brings us to item 5.2, and that is a first reading of application number 02/21, and I will turn that over to Mr. Bisson, I believe.
Yes, again, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. The proposed application involves 3 titles on the northeast 28, 39-7 west of the 5th, Ken and Jill Crowley hold title to Plan 4142 AR containing 5.53 acres, Zone Country Residence Agricultural. Carson and Donna Stewart hold title to Plan 902-1238, Block 1, Lot 1, containing 2.43 acres, Zone Country Residence. And the Town of Rocky Mountain House holds title to 56.17 acres, zoned institutional. And that is the Northeast 28-39-7, making up North Saskatchewan River Park. Ken and Jill Crowley have made application with the support of the above-mentioned landowners to redesignate 2.01 acres of Plan 4142 from CRA to Institutional District P. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, they will be applying for a boundary adjustment to consolidate the 2.01 acres of their property rezoned to institutional with the Northeast 28-39-7 North Saskatchewan River Park, which is owned by the town. Secondly, the applicants are proposing to redesignate 16.03 acres of the Northeast 28-39-7 west of the 5th from an institutional district to country residence agricultural. And lastly, to redesignate 0.02 acres of Plan 902-1238, Block 1, Lot 1 from CR to CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will also apply for a combined subdivision and boundary adjustment to consolidate the remaining 3.52 acres of Plan 4142 with the 16.03 acres and 0.02 acres that are being proposed to be rezoned to CRA. The proposal would then be to subdivide the 19.57 acre CRA parcel into 4 separate titles. The quarter section is located half a mile west of the Town of Rocky Mountain House, adjacent to the north boundary of North Saskatchewan River Park. The subject property does fall within the plan area of the IDP, as well as the North Saskatchewan River Park Development Concept Master Plan, or River Park Master Plan. The property can be accessed from Range Road 7-3A, adjacent to the north boundary or northeasterly portion of Plan 4142 AR. There are no buildings located on any of the lands subject to the rezoning portion of this application. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed land use amendment and the subdivision to follow. The applicants are present at this meeting and are able to speak to the proposal as well. Planning direction, Clearwater County's MDP 3.2 Part 3, the location, intensity, scale, and design of new developments should be compatible with the capacity and site of adjacent lands. 6.2.1, rural residential development will be required to accommodate future population growth and sustain rural infrastructure. The county views residential development, which is appropriately located and designed to the satisfaction of the county, is compatible within the rural area, including adjoining and nearby agricultural operations. 6.2.2, except for a first residential parcel or a fragmented parcel, in approving a rural residential subdivision, each proposed parcel shall be redesignated to the applicable country residential land use district. 6.2.4, the county shall require each parcel to have legal access and year-round physical access, sufficient developable area of at least 1 acre, has a water table at a depth of at least 2 meters, and serviced in accordance with provincial regulations. MDP Policy 6.2.10, a traditional multi-lot rural residential subdivision may be approved on lands within, the main focus on this policy is Part F, a plan adopted pursuant to 6.2.21. 6.2 Part 11, traditional country residential parcels should meet the following parcel sizes, and again we're looking at Part B. They would fall between 3.6 acres and 5 acres as the applicant is proposing a CRA land use designation. 6.2.21, the county may undertake or require to be undertaken studies of an area considered to have potential for rural residential development. The study shall assess the potential for rural residential development, identify the form or forms of residential subdivision that may be appropriate, including parcel sizes and the methods of water and wastewater services required. If the study recognizes that the forms of residential development may be appropriate, recommend the types of statutory or non-statutory plans that should be used to implement the recommendations of the study, and the additional forms of public consultation to be used in the preparation of the plan. 9.2.10, through the subdivision development approval process, the county shall require the provision of road right-of-way, including road widening, the construction of roads and accesses to county standards, and that cost shall be the responsibility of the developer, shall limit the number of and proximity of access points. They shall require adequate setbacks to protect roads from encroachment, shall require adequate sight lines to be maintained at the intersections of roads, and may require upgrading to county roads. 9.2.15, the county shall require all developments to meet provincial standards for water and wastewater services. 9.2.21, the county shall not approve a subdivision or development pursuant to the Water Act if the intended supply of groundwater is not prepared, or if groundwater resources are deemed to be insufficient or could unduly affect groundwater users in the area. 9.2.22, should other means of water supply be proposed and accepted by the county, subdivision or development may be approved. 11.2.21, the county may require the applicant to prepare for consideration by the county an ASP or outline plan. 11.2.22, an ASP or outline plan could address any of the following: site suitability, impact on natural capital in the environment, effects on land uses in the vicinity, traffic impacts, any other requirements that the county requires to be addressed, just to name a few of those lists. 12.2.2, the county shall implement the policies of this plan, which would be the area structure plan or outline plan. 12.2.3, the county could require that the applicant prepare and have submitted by a qualified engineer any of the following: a geotechnical, a traffic impact assessment, water supply study, stormwater management plan, and any other studies required by the county, just to name a couple there. Policy 12.2.4, the county will consider where applicable the following when evaluating an application to redesignate and subdivide or develop lands: impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on the environment, scale and density, site suitability and capacity, road requirements, utility requirements and impacts, county responsibilities that may result from the development, and any other matters that the county considers relevant. The Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan, Policy 5.2.1, residential use may be considered in rural policy area. 5.2.2, within the rural policy area, the design standards of residential subdivision shall be based on the policies of the county's MDP. This includes directing rural residential subdivisions to non-agricultural or lower value agricultural lands. 5.2.5, subdivision development of for residential purposes within the rural policy area shown on map 1 shall be preceded by the preparation and adoption of an ASP or outline plan required under the respective municipalities' MDP. 5.6.1, private and public recreational facilities and uses shall be allowed in the recreational areas shown on map 1 and may be considered within the rural policy area or commercial areas shown on map 1. Policy 5.6.2, the town and county shall continue to explore and implement ways of providing services to area residents in the most cost-effective manner. Policy 8.2.2, each municipality shall refer to the other proposed statutory plans, outline plans, land use bylaw, and amendments within the plan area. 8.2.3 basically states that we shall give the town 30 days to respond to any referrals. The North Saskatchewan River Park Development Concept Master Plan, Policy 5.4.7, the northern panhandle is highly suited for grouped country residential subdivision. It is adjacent to existing residential parcels, including the Finger agricultural parcel, which essentially serves as a country residential lot. The panhandle consists of mixed wooded low ridge, although the south end is very low and wet. The area can accommodate 4 or 5 country residential parcels, each with a suitable building site. Also, if consolidated with adjacent wooded lands to the west, the cutoff portion of North Saskatchewan, of the northwest and west of the Park Road is suitable for 1 or 2 additional country residential parcels. In order to keep the number of accesses to the new West Road to a minimum, joint access would be a condition of subdivision and site development approval. As well, in order to retain woodland environment, the woodland environment, while at the same time providing sufficient separation from buildings and the forest for fire suppression, of development footprint should be established for each parcel. Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw, Section 13.4, Part 4, Country Residential Ag District. The purpose of this is to accommodate and regulate country residential agricultural parcels with minor agricultural pursuits. 13.44C, acceptable lot sizes. They should fall within 3.6 and 5 acres. Section 13.4, Part 9, the institutional district. The purpose of this district is to permit and regulate the development of private or public facilities intended to provide cultural, social, religious, educational, or rehabilitative services. Section 13.4, Part 9, C, acceptable lot sizes. The acceptable lot sizes of the institutional district would be 2.5 and 10 acres unless otherwise approved by the development officer. Policy considerations. The subject property is located outside of the long-term town boundary identified by the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan. The main purpose of the portion of land to be rezoned to institutional will be to consolidate it with the lands that make up North Saskatchewan River Park. The land proposed to be rezoned to CRA is to allow for the creation of 4 residential parcels, which were identified as an option in the River Park Master Plan. The rezoning to CRA will allow access to the proposed properties from Range Road 7-3A. The town of Rocky Mountain House will be notified and will have an opportunity to provide comments on the proposal if first reading is granted. As per the county's MDP policies, the county believes that the River Park Master Plan constitutes a plan adopted under policy 6.2.21. It's our recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1114-21 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you. Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bisson. That seems very thorough. Does council have any questions? Councillor Swanson, sorry.
That's
The
all right.
reflection on the glass, sometimes I miss.
I have a few. In regards to where the Crowleys hold the title, it hasn't been identified on the plan where
Okay.
they reside. Could you point that out?
Sure. Can I steal the laser pointer from you? So to answer your question, Councillor Swanson, it is this area right up in here, this long skinny piece.
Okay.
And it actually does drop all the way down to this boundary with the southeast 28. This red portion here is the portion that would be consolidated with North Saskatchewan River Park.
Subsequent?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. The property that the town recently sold, was it not also on the top?
Yes, so this entire piece here is part of North Saskatchewan River Park as well and owned by the town. This is the portion subject to the rezoning that the town is selling to the Crowleys.
Fair. Subsequent?
Absolutely, go ahead. I don't see any other lights on, so by
Okay.
all means.
So in regards, was there ever an area structure plan when these other acreages were created?
I believe there would have been an area structure plan completed for those acreages.
Okay, thank you.
And I see Councillor Melhoff has a question.
What is the proposed access point to just avoid so many accesses in, is there a proposed access point that you can point out?
Yeah, there is. I will just go back. Oh. Okay. I believe the subdivision plan was included in here.
Yeah, I just couldn't tell where the actual
Fair
road
enough,
access on the subdivision plan was.
So perhaps I'll just explain it based on this. The plan would be to have panhandle driveways essentially come out on River Road in this general vicinity up here. And there would be, this would create two panhandle, joint panhandle driveways that would be split, I guess, between, sorry. Yeah, no, that's correct. It'd be four panhandles with two joint approaches. If that.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions for the development officer? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, thank you, Reed Lloyd. We have a capital budget item for rebuilding and paving that road. Will there be any interference, like due to river erosion with that property?
I don't believe so. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe just to try to answer that. I don't believe so. I think the timing is going to be different for the rehabilitation of the road. So I don't see that as a conflict.
Okay, so the road should be done first.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? I think we may be at the point here where council can consider granting first reading and then proceeding to a public hearing at a later date. Councillor Northcott.
For the septic systems and the water supply and stuff like that, what kind of septic systems will be used there?
I believe that the land or the developer would be responsible for I guess entering into a development agreement, agreeing to put something that would be provincially acceptable. So probably a septic field or potentially a mound.
And also, if I could expand on that a little bit, Councillor. Right now, we're dealing with the land use. Eventually, they will have to come back to the Planning Commission for a boundary adjustment, and that's when we're going to get all the details regarding servicing and accesses and land configuration, basically.
Is that answer? Okay, thank you. Any further questions? At this time, I would entertain a motion to the effect of granting first reading and proceeding to a public hearing. Councillor Swanson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I shall call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That takes us onward to item 5.3, and again, this goes back to Mr. Bisson. Or sorry, did I speak wrongly? No, this is Holly, sorry. I'm sorry here.
If I may reply, can we just have a quick recess so we can clean and?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, great chance to fill our coffee cups. 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I think it might be appropriate, since we have a guest in the council chamber, if we could do a quick round of introductions. I'll start with myself. I'm Darrell Lougheed. I'm Reeve of Clearwater County, as well as Councillor for Division 3, which is east central, kind of straddling Highway 11. And then I shall pass to Mr. Ratcliffe, or Councillor Ratcliffe. sorry.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I'm Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5, which is between Highway 12 to the north, 11 to the south, and west of Timey Road, all the way to the mountain parks.
Councillor Brian Cermak, Division 6, 54, south to the James River, west to the Banff-Jasper boundary, and a little neck that goes up into the Evergreen area. Thank you.
Morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, everything north of Highway 12.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Christopher Reed, Chief Administrative Officer.
Morning, Dustin Bisson, Planner.
Morning, Holly Bealey, Development Officer.
I'm Stephen Beefus.
Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor Division 1, Southwest Rocky Mountain House.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2. That's the Highway 12, Timey, Leslieville Highway, all the way to the east end of the county.
Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor, from Caroline North to about halfway to Rocky Mountain House.
Okay, thank you all and welcome. This brings us to 5.3, and this time I will direct it properly to Ms. Bealey. Please go ahead.
Council. We are here today for the first reading of Bylaw 111521 for application 0621 to amend the land use bylaw. Deborah Larson is the landowner of the northeast of 4, 36 of 5, containing 153.92 acres. The subject land is located southwest of the village of Caroline, 2 miles south of Highway 54 along the Burnt Stick Lake Road. Stephen Beefus, on behalf of the landowner, has made application to redesignate 24.4 acres from the agricultural district to the industrial district. This area is located in the southeast corner of the quarter section. The applicant owns and operates Big Buck Sawing, a sawmill operation on the subject land. This existing business purchases sawed logs and mills them down into lumber of all dimensions and sizes. At present, the applicant has a contract with West Fraser. If the land use amendment is successful, the applicant would like to expand his business and would submit a development permit application for review and potential approval. It is also during this time the applicant would apply for subdivision of the proposed land to obtain separate title. Legal and physical access to the proposal and balance of the quarter is by way of the Burnt Stick Lake Road, Range Road 6-3, adjacent to the east property boundary. Business operations have commenced and materials and equipment are being stored on site. The landowner's homestead is located north of the proposal in the east central portion of the quarter section. There is also a residential subdivision taken out at the northeast corner. There are no wells or pipelines on the subject land. Surrounding land uses in the area are agricultural and residential. Therefore, this application is to rezone the proposed 24.4 acres to an industrial district parcel as shown on Schedule A of the bylaw. Staff took into consideration the following principles and policies from Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan in making the recommendation to Council. Land use compatibility. The location, intensity, scale, and design of the development is compatible with the capacity of the site and adjacent lands. Encouraging diversity of the local economy, it is important to have a mix of economic activity that contributes to a vital and active population. Policy 4.2.4 is in regards to the subdivision and development of ag land, wherein the quality of ag land is one of the number of factors that the county shall consider. These factors also include farming activities in the immediate area, the location, number, and type of non-farm land uses in the area, impacts of the development on sustainable agricultural production, farmland assessment ratings for the subject land and surrounding area, proposed use of the land, and a reasonable availability of optional locations for the proposal. Policy 8.2.4 promotes local appropriate economic development activities that enhance and diversify the local economy. Policy 8.2.1 encourages the expansion of existing businesses and industry to diversify the county's economic base. Policy 8.2.9 is in regards to the county providing a variety of commercial and industrial land uses, including a variety of locations. Policy 8.2.16 provides for isolated commercial and industrial uses outside planned business parks, provided the following are met to the satisfactory of the county. The proposal demonstrates isolated land is required. Site characteristics are suitable for the proposed land use. Density of the proposed land use fits with the area. Services on site can meet provincial regulations, and traffic from the proposed land use will not impact municipal road networks. Policy 9.2.15 is in regards to provincial regulations for water and wastewater services. Policy 11.2.21 and 22 provides opportunity for the county to require an area structure plan or outline plan. Policy 12.2.2 refers to the implementation of the municipal development plan and other statutory plans and outline plans when making a decision to redesignate land. Policy 12.2.3 provides for the county to request engineering reports for such things as traffic impact and stormwater management. Policy 12.2.4, Clearwater County will consider impacts on adjacent land, natural capital, environment and site suitability, scale and density, roads and traffic, as well as emergency services availability and impacts. From Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the industrial district, wherein the general purpose is to accommodate industrial operations appropriate for rural locations. So planning considerations. The redesignation of the proposed land is for the continued operation of an existing local business, Big Buck Sawing, as well as provide opportunity for an expansion of this business. The subject land is being used as a milling and storage yard for the business. Access and egress is by way of Burnt Stick Lake Road, a paved county maintained road capable of handling heavy truck traffic. The proposed use is too intense to be classified under its current agricultural zoning and is better suited under the proposed industrial district. Therefore, staff are asking council to consider granting first reading to Bylaw 111521 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you very much. That seems very thorough. I guess an opportunity here for council to ask questions of the development officer around this application. I guess I might have a question. I know area structure plans or outline plans were mentioned several times in your presentation. Typically, do we see an area structure plan for this kind of development? I can't remember seeing one before.
No, generally we don't, but it is an option for council should they deem it necessary.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Melhoff. How come I can look right at you and I don't see that much?
I swear,
I
pressed the button.
I need glasses.
Thank you. I'm curious what brought this to light, like why the shift from ag to industrial? Was it a assessment thing that brought it forward or the actual applicant?
So this business has been operating out there for a little while and they're looking to expand. So to obtain development approval, we wouldn't like to see this business expand in an agricultural district. It's just too intense. So that's where we'd start the process for the rezoning.
Okay. Can I have a follow-up?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just looking at the farm assessment that you included in your package here. I'm curious why it gets a 21 rating when literally right beside it in the same ag chunk, it gets a 44.4 and a 46.6 around, and I'm curious why the designation changed for it to 21 in that square.
I can't speak to why the designation changed, but I can speak to the different level or classifications of ag land in the county. So one is your highest level of agricultural land, which Clearwater County doesn't have, level 1, 2, and 3. Level 4 would be at best, the best farmland that we would have. To put this into perspective, Lacombe County, you know, we have the kind of this would be our best farmland. It would be, essentially, for our county.
Thank you.
Mr. Bisson.
Councillor, if I might add to Holly's comments there, answering Jenny's question, it's my understanding as well that the applicant is trying to get separate title from his in-laws' property to operate the existing business. And secondly, as Holly had pointed out, yes, it is good agricultural land. However, the applicant is coming in to legalize the industrial operation that's taking place on the property.
Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Maybe it's early in the process to ask this question. I'm just wondering about waste disposal, how it's being disposed of now and how that's anticipated in the future, if we're going to start getting complaints about smoke or anything like that.
I'll let the applicant address that one.
As far as sawdust, we just sell it. Truckers come and take it. The slabs we've been selling just as firewood, burning a little bit out back in a big pit. But most of it gets sold, or we'll chip the slabs and sell it.
That's very creative. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Northcott, or Deputy Reeve Northcott.
I guess business plan and is the area, is it accessible for trucks year round, or is it leveled, or is it gravelled? Is there a business plan for all that sort of stuff? And
Yeah, we'll build a pad eventually for the big trucks to come in and load at. But right now, we're just doing it in the field pretty much.
And how long has the business been viable, or when did it start?
We've been about a year now.
Okay. Is there consideration for if the lumber industry was to fall, what happens with that now lot? Will it be, is there a possibility that it could be abandoned, left with weeds, vegetation, sort of an eyesore to the community or anything like that, or?
It would just get turned back to farmland if we went under.
There seems to be, there would be quite substantial amount of money to be able to gravel that pad and then to reconvert it back to
the pad wouldn't be that large actually, for just big enough for a truck to sit on for me to load.
And the 24 acres, I know this was brought up this morning, maybe a little bit more of a question for development, or like for the planning department and stuff, but we just had this actually not very long ago. We had the lot that was zoned industrial at 9 acres. And then now it's being converted back to agricultural land for residential, right? Now we have 24 acres, the same situation going to industrial. Is it possibly in the future that this could be changed back to residential with a 24 acre acreage for residential use?
There is always a possibility that plans could change and the zoning could come back before council to be something else. But at this time, the applicant is proposing the industrial district parcel to operate his business and expand it. So at this time, we can't really predict the future, but there is always that possibility.
I guess one just last comment. I'm definitely pro-business. I like that. Are there industrial lots anywhere in the area that are currently available that would promote better future development to the area?
When I was doing research in the area, there were no industrial parcels available in this immediate area.
Last question.
Yeah.
The Caroline subdivision, just on the north, sort of east side of Caroline.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the lot sizes are there, but are those all sold, or are they available, or?
Do you want to speak to that?
Sure, I can speak to that. I believe all of those lots, which are county-owned properties, in the Caroline Industrial Park. Those are being rented out currently. I believe every one of them is being rented and for pipeline laydown sites.
I'm going to take a question from Councillor Swanson, and then I'll come back to you.
Just looking at the overhead, currently there's no residents on this particular redesignation, but correct me if I'm wrong, this is just a redesignation, it is not a subdivision.
It will be in conjunction with the rezoning to obtain a separate title, and there will be a security suite on the property.
Okay, and a supplementary, please.
So currently, there's 2 homes just to the north of this particular title that's on the balance of the quarter. That still would fall properly in our MDP?
Correct.
Thank you.
And Councillor Northcutt, I think, oh, sorry, Councillor Melhoff, and then I will come back to you.
Thank
Deputy
you.
Reid Northcutt.
What is the traffic impact to the area? Like, how many trucks are you having come through? What's the extra amount of traffic that we're gonna see potentially on that county road?
Sorry, there will be additional traffic on that road, but we can kind of regulate that a little bit more once it comes for the Municipal Planning Commission for their development approval and their subdivision.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And I might just make a comment to council as well. At this stage right now, we're really getting to the point where we can have that public feedback and input in the decision-making process at a later date. So ultimately, great questions I'm hearing around the potential and different scenarios that might come ahead. But this is the initial stage where we are looking for the opportunity to put this out in the public forum for feedback as well. So just keeping that in mind. Any further questions? Deputy Reid Northcutt.
Just consideration for time for the planning department and for staff to put these packages together. I don't know exactly how many hours and stuff is spent to put this together. I just wanted to throw it out there that, you know, there is time, there's staff, there's hours that are put into some of this stuff. So every phase that goes along to second, third readings and stuff like that, there's more and more staff time and investment made. That's it.
Yes, and as always, we do appreciate the efforts of our staff in accommodating the public and their dreams and visions of the future and how we can be part of that. So that's great comments. Again, we're looking here for a motion from this council to grant first reading and move to a public hearing. So I will look to my left and right, and I see Councillor Melhoff with her hand up. Would you be willing to make a motion? Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, that is carried.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Item 6 is scheduled for 11 o'clock. So I think if it's okay, we may skip over to item 7.1, and that would be the CAO office, and we're looking at public member appointment. I'll turn it over to Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Reid Lougheed. Yes, indeed, the item before council is public member appointment to the Rocky Mountain House Clearwater County Health Professionals Engagement Team. And the recommendation is that council appoints a public member to the vacant position effective immediately for a term ending October 31, 2022. The background, a public member vacancy was created on the Rocky Mountain House Clearwater County Health Professionals Engagement Team due to Councillor Melhoff's election as a councillor. Due to a lack of applicants received before the first advertised October 8th deadline, council authorized a second advertisement for this position, which was immediately posted on social media and the county's website. Ads were also placed in the Mountaineer and the Western Star for November 2nd. Council received applications under separate cover as per Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy, Section 17, from Randy Hill, Nick Frank, and Karen Melhoff. At the November 9th regular meeting, council appointed Randy Hill to the team. However, the position is now vacant as Mr. Hill suddenly passed away on November 16th. Rather than advertising a third time, council may wish to consider selecting a member for the position from the other two applications that were previously received. And I would look to Reeve Lougheed's direction, if you would find within the
Sure.
the council someone who's willing to nominate one person, or if you would wish to go to secret ballots.
Okay, so yeah, I guess kind of outlining a number of our options, we could repost this position, advertise it as well. Do we need to renominate these people since they were originally nominated the first time around? Would they have to be accepted or a nomination accepted now as well, or is not so?
That's not necessary. They have been accepted. Their nominations were already accepted.
So then I guess the discussion for council would be, we accept those existing nominations and select one of these individuals to fill that position. So I'll maybe open it up to the thoughts and feelings of council on this, and maybe that's a way we can move forward. I think ultimately we could do our typical secret ballot on this, and or we can choose to repost this position. I think that's, Councillor Melhoff.
I would be good to make a motion to the effect that we accept the two applications that we have here and go and move to secret ballot to fill this
Okay.
position.
Further discussion on that? So then we shall call Councillor Melhoff's motion. All those in favor? And that would be carried, so I guess we move to secret ballot, and you have two applicants, I think, in the package that was handed around. And so we would be selecting one name. Oh, thank you.
If you're looking for ballots, I'm bringing them.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you, I just got one, so thank you. So, or do we need to do the same size? We want them to be the same size, okay. Oh, we gotta have all the same size, that makes sense.
Are we gonna have the same size? Just for, all the transparency in the world. Give me a moment to escape.
Absolutely. So while our CAO tabulates that secret ballot, I guess I think it might be an opportunity. Look, we have a number of correspondences that are coming up as well here. There's many letters here, and get your thoughts around if there's any one of those we want to dive a little more deeply into. Otherwise, I think we'll probably be just putting those out for your perusal or pondering.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed and council, for your patience. I can report that Karen Melhoff was the winner of the secret ballot process.
Thank you very much. Now, do we need to make a motion then to accept that appointment then, or create that appointment as it would be?
Yes, you need a motion to appoint Karen Melhoff to the vacant position.
Absolutely. That's what I'd be looking for. Councillor Ratcliffe? Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Reeve Lougheed. I was about to say, may I ask, but I needed to address you first. Reeve Lougheed, may I ask for a motion to destroy the secret ballots?
Absolutely. I'm looking for that motion. Councillor Graham? Following form, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you so much. That's carried.
Thank you.
I guess that, I'm looking at the time here, I guess we can go into the report section of the day, and that is 8.1, starting with the CAO's report. And I would look directly across the room from me for that.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed and council. Just as a verbal addition to my report, and I'll do it first so that it gets highlighted, just a reminder to all of council and to all residents that the second late tax deadline penalty occurs on December 17th. So if any residents haven't paid their taxes yet, just a reminder that that second late payment deadline is December 17th. And that information, of course, has been publicized widely, but is also now an extra alert on our website. But I wanted to highlight that for anyone who is listening. So moving right into the report. Item 1, administration is working on scheduling facilitated sessions to take place January, March, so first quarter of 2022, for this council to develop the next county strategic plan. The sessions typically take place 2.5, possibly 3 days, but we're aiming for 2 to 2.5 days. Plan development is expected to take 2 to 6 months, depending on your desired level of public engagement. So just a heads up that is, we are working to schedule that and get you that information as soon as possible. Item 2, as per correspondence, item 9.5 regarding engagement sessions with Alberta Justice and the Solicitor General for the Provincial Police Service Transition Study, the RMA, or Rural Municipalities of Alberta, is planning a virtual town hall on January 6th, 2022 from 2 to 4 p.m. to help prepare for the engagement sessions. And we have already booked you all in for an engagement session, I want to say February 6th, February 9th, February 8th, somewhere between February 6th and February 9th, which is February 8th. You are already booked in for one of those engagement sessions. This would be the RMA helping to prepare you. Item 3, RMA is seeking nominees to participate on the Safety Codes Council Fire Sub-Council. The Safety Codes Council is a statutory corporation that oversees the development and administration of safety standards throughout the province. And they focus on adopting codes that help minimize and prevent fires. So the RMA nominee applicants must meet the following qualifications. They work in a rural municipality, recognized experience in the fire industry or as a fire safety codes officer, familiar with fire and building codes and all aspects, familiar with the Safety Codes Act and its authority, and involved in a quality management plan process, preferred to have a qualification. So anyone meeting those competencies and qualifications as listed in the member description and RMA representative qualifications is encouraged to apply. Applications must consist of a brief resume or profile that outlines the applicant's alignment with the competencies and qualifications, as well as the contact information. The deadline is January 17th. Item 4, RMA and Alberta Municipalities, formerly known as Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, or AUMA, are co-hosting a virtual workshop called Canada's History and the Municipal Role in Reconciliation to provide municipal officials with a greater understanding of how government policies have impacted Indigenous peoples and how to support reconciliation in their communities. And I will make a side note that several councillors and myself attended this, as well as Ms. Haight attended this session. The last round it was offered, and I would give it a glowing recommendation. I certainly learned a lot, and it helped prepare me for the path forward in my own truth and reconciliation journey, and as well as that of our team here. So the workshop is scheduled to take place 1:30 to 4 p.m. on each of the following dates: January 24, 31, February 4, 17, and 28, March 7, 25, and 29. And if councillors wish to attend and receive remuneration for that, a motion to authorize attendance is required as per Council 001 remuneration policy. And with that, I'm certainly open for questions.
Okay, Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I would echo CEO Reid's analysis of that particular workshop of Canada's History and Municipal Role in Reconciliation, because I too participated. And so I would strongly urge any in our council who have not, or have an interest, to attend. I will make a motion that we authorize attendance and as required, and schedule the date as convenient to you and to let Ms. Haight know to register you. So I'll make that motion to authorize attendance for that course.
Great, thank you for that. Any further discussion on authorizing attendance? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, just a second. Councillor Ratcliffe, perhaps you had a question?
Is there a cost for this? No, okay, thank you.
All those in favor then? That's carried, thank you. And that brings us, I believe, if there's no further questions of the CAO's report, I guess maybe since we have so many reports, let's accept each report as we get it. So I'm looking for a motion then to accept for information the CAO's report. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor? And that's carried, thank you. 8.2, capital projects update. And I know that's a fairly brief section, but very important to what we've been doing. So again, I'll turn it over to our CAO.
Certainly, and I'll do my best to bring council up to speed and residents who may be watching on our capital project status. So we'll start with corporate services and the broadband initiative, and you can see on that first page there, the map again showing the phases. The next page shows the new progress tracker, and if you haven't gone to the website lately, but this progress tracker actually shows, can you go to the next page please, Tracy? Sorry. It actually shows the progress, and it's, I won't say it's to the minute, but it's certainly updated every few days, so it gives residents a real sense of how far those projects have really gone and how close they are to completion. But speaking of how close they are to completion, so the construction, the main point of presence building over just a couple of blocks away, you can see basically here some of the corrections to the parking lot. That's what that photo is, now that we've rejigged the way that parking lot, the flow of traffic in it. But the work completed, there's exterior metal siding, infill, taping, mudding, and painting. So really, moving forward. The work that's in progress is the drop ceiling installation, the heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems, and plumbing. And so the work remaining will be flooring, bathroom, and the backup generator installation. And on to section 2 of this part of the report, the fiber construction. With the weather changing, construction has slowed, but the good weather up to this recent time did mean some good work got done. So total vaults placed for the Rocky Mountain House to Sundry section, 100% of vaults, over 100% of the meters, which is an interesting math, but it just meant that there were opportunities that weren't foreseen, in the general beginning of the project. But as those opportunities unfolded, they got ahead of the game. 187 crossings are complete, and I know there were questions about crossings. We have not had any other crossing incidents since the last report. So it appears as though the work done by the contractor, our consultants, as well as our staff has resulted in successful communications where needed. So now they have actually gone into jetting some of the fiber through the conduit, about halfway done that. Drilling under Bearberry Creek and through the village of Caroline is complete. Caroline Point of Presence shelter construction is in progress, and it's an off-site shelter it's being built off-site and will be brought. Just a photo of a drilling rig, photo of the way the fiber gets blown through the conduit. So what work remaining? Complete the fiber hopefully this month. Drilling in Caroline for the POP site. The connection of the present site, Clearwater James River Bridge attachments, cleanup and remediation if the weather permits. And phase 2B, Sundry to Olds, so not as far along as the other group, but 69% of vaults, 84% of meters placed. Total crossings, 100 out of 141, and again, the same comment about no further sort of miscommunications have occurred. Drilling, trenching throughout the town of Sundry. The work remaining, fiber and vaults completion planned for this month. Red Deer River Bridge attachment. Cleanup and remediation, of course, as weather permits. Now, going the other direction, Farrier out to Nordegg, They're 91% for vaults, 100% for ducting meters. Total crossings, 40 out of 42, so nearly done there. And they have started jetting fiber as well. The point of presence in Nordegg, construction is in process. Again, you can see that's what we mean by when we say the construction's off-site. It's being built in a factory, and it will be brought to us. Shunda Creek Bridge attachment needs to be done. Drilling through Nordegg, the hamlet, as well as the point of presence site. The connection of that point of presence site once it arrives. Fiber and vaults completion, as mentioned, planned for this month. And then again, weather permitting, the remediation. So the next page, 1.3, the broadband financial plan. So the business plan is reviewed and updated. The presentation will be scheduled. As council is aware, we have had the delays to work on the conflict of interest issues. So the business plan, of course, is part of that, and we will get to it when we can. The request for proposal for the Ferrier area fiber to the home. That's tough to say, Ferrier area fiber to the home. Closing date of the RFP was finally November 25th, and 6 submitted proposals are being currently reviewed. Do you want me to stop at broadband? Are there any questions?
Sure, I see Councillor Melhoff's lights on, so I'll go to her first.
I just really want to reiterate that I very much would like a broadband orientation, because I fear that any questions that I would ask here are more suited for that orientation. I just really want to reiterate that I really need that orientation.
That's a really great point, and of course, if there were any detailed questions that you would have, we probably would have to say can't answer them yet anyway. Do remember that your first broadband orientation does occur this afternoon, so you will get some clarity starting today. I wish it could have been faster, but this is the speed of government. Actually, I would say the speed of the legal system is really what we're dealing with.
Okay. And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Are we able to get any information about grants for any of this?
Not at this time, we have nothing to report.
It's nothing new on that?
No.
Okay. All right, there's nothing mentioned in here about towers, yet towers are being constructed. Is there any update on that?
I will have to take that. I'll have to take that back. I'm not familiar with every aspect of the project, so I will get that answer for council.
I guess a comment I would make, I'm very pleased to see this today. That's great news. I've been driving around the county and seeing this activity as well. So it's nice to get some written word along with what I'm seeing as well. So thank you for that. And Councillor Graham.
At RMA, when we went around the trade show, there was a booth that I don't know, but they said we are working with them, and they have a new product that they've come out with. If that product is relevant to this, is that something, I don't know if this is the right place to ask this, but it's not any information that's private or anything, but if that product would work for us, but we're already going ahead with something that the previous council has done, is that something that we can look at and change if it's going to be more cost effective, assuming that that product was not considered previously?
Absolutely. So what I will remind council is when you find new information, please do send it forward to me.
Okay.
So as soon as you learn something, that you think is relevant to our operations, please send it forward. And everything will get sort of its due hearing, if you will. I do my best not to ignore emails from councillors. It's sort of my job. So if you send it to me, I will ensure that we do a follow-up. Absolutely.
Okay. And I haven't, in your defense, I haven't sent it to you. I was just going to bring it forward at the broadband thing.
No problem.
I was just curious.
I still have one outstanding from you right now anyway, so.
You have a couple.
And Councillor Cermak.
Yes, you say that we're having a broadband meeting this afternoon?
It's one of the closed sessions is regarding the conflict of interest issue.
Okay, can I add one request into that? I would like to know how much money has been allocated or spent from the date that it started, November 20th, no, just November 2017 to the present time.
That would be.
I mean, we've had lots of studies done, we've had lots of money going out. I've never seen any dollar figure put to this project yet. And there must be somebody in this organization that can tell me from when we started until now, how much have we spent? Or we are going to spend?
So if I may.
Absolutely, by
There's
all
two
means.
parts to that. One is, as a public entity, all of our budgets have been published every year. So it is absolutely public knowledge how much money we have spent to date. Certainly up until last year's financial report is very easy to find on the website, and we can certainly make it more clear when we get to an actual orientation. Having said that, our orientation plan already includes all of that information. We're gonna go right back to 2017 and describe the history of the project. So you will receive the information. But as I mentioned, the budget information is not a secret, so any resident is welcome to go check out our financial reports and see for sure what we have spent, so.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Wondering what, you mentioned these crossing incidents that we've been able to eliminate. I was just wondering what extra cost was incurred for that, if any?
Doing the crossing agreements and doing the crossing themselves is already part of the contract. And
the
so
incidents.
it wasn't, there weren't any penalties paid or anything like that. No damage had occurred. So I can basically say that there were no costs, other than incremental costs of sort of engineering consultants, things like that. But it was part of the contract to get those crossings done, to engineer them, to get the crossing agreements. So that was all required work anyway. It was only a communication problem, not a budget or a crossings problem. It was only whether or not the communication was occurring in a timely fashion to the appropriate parties. And once that was cleared up, we have, like I said, another month of hard work and no incidents.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Cermak.
Was there not some damage or something to the gas co-op?
No, not that we have been billed for.
No? Okay, so that was misinformation I got.
Remembering that does happen in our community. We are all part of the community telegraph, and so that game that gets played in children's school rooms is part of the community. So I might say I heard there was damage. Does anybody know? And the next thing at the next coffee shop, there was damage. Did you hear? And it doesn't take much for those sentences to change. But we have not been billed or been given any information from the co-op that says there was any damage that occurred. There were certainly concerns, but there wasn't any damage.
And
Good
ultimately,
clarification, that got it out now that there was no damage. Thanks.
and thank you for that as well, because a thought forward here is if you do hear these concerns within your community, just drop an email to council as well as our CAO, and hopefully that answer can be shared between everybody, and we understand. Quite often rumors get out there, and we want to make sure that we're working from fact, and that helps the process so much. And Councillor Melhoff.
Just would like to comment that just because something wasn't billed for doesn't mean that it didn't happen. That may just be the gas co-op being good neighbors and partners, not necessarily that something didn't happen just because it wasn't billed for, just as an aside.
And again, a great chance to have that information shared throughout council so we can work from fact. Thank you for that. Might be an appropriate time to take a break. We've been at it here for an hour and a half, and we have a hard point coming at 11 o'clock, or at least a fixed moment of time.
I have actually just received information that presentation will not be occurring at 11 today. So we
Okay.
don't have a hard break at 11 anymore.
Is it going to be scheduled for a different time today, or it's just not going to happen today?
Not going to happen today.
Okay. Well, that opens up the schedule quite a bit, because that was a fairly sizable piece of information to digest, so Well, I think it's still appropriate time for a quick break, so let's go ahead and take 10 or 15, and we'll grab a coffee here. welcome back, everyone. I guess I will continue on with the CEO reports related around, I believe the next one, oh, sorry.
I can help you out there,
Yeah,
Bylaw. So,
yeah, I'm
so thank you very
scatterbrained at
much,
the moment,
and
so thank you.
thank you to the rest of the council. So we'll move on to section 2 of the capital project status update, which is public works infrastructure. So gravel road rehabilitation, we have one pit reclamation completed, or completed pit reclamations and burning brush piles as weather permits. The Spate Road base pave, the railroad crossing installed and working. So that's a big step forward for that road. Obviously happened before the snowfall, which is great. Nordegg Historic Commercial Core. So shallow utilities are ongoing. Earthworks have been completed. Final inspection completed November 29th. And deficiencies will be addressed in the spring. And you can see some great photos there. The church and the old bank there in Nordegg, and then you can see how it looks when it's complete, of course. The Nordegg Trail, the crew has completed trail rehabilitation on the rail bed from Harlech to the Tauntaun Bridge. It is a great looking trail. I can't wait for that ribbon cutting when you all get out there. And I see a light on from Councillor Swanson. Reed
Oh, I'm
Lougheed, if
sorry.
you want to.
Councillor Swanson, my apologies. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just for a point of interest, could we get just like a kilometer tracking on the trail system?
You know, I knew you
there's
were
an
gonna say
opportunity.
that. I knew eventually the fact that we're for the broadband project would mean, oh, we'll do it for every project now. We will be getting a map done. It's not quite the same as broadband where we have these regular updates that we can do. This is a bit different, and it's almost all done. But we will be giving a full map, and there'll be a celebration marketing campaign about this particular trail, but not quite the same as broadband. And I will just make a quick, oh, sorry.
Councillor Green.
Sorry, I'm Nordegg related, and for the celebration thing, the naming competition, can we do a ribbon cutting for that, for the winners to kind of do a ribbon cutting that named?
Oh, of course, you mean when we put the sign up?
Yeah.
We have a little thing in Nordegg to celebrate?
Yeah.
And I can also mention that we're getting some really high numbers of responses for that
Nice.
competition. It seems to have grabbed the attention of residents far and wide. So it's really interesting to see. So I think we're over 500 responses
Oh, wow.
to that interest. Yeah. So yes, we will absolutely. That's another good example of an engagement effort that we do want to wrap up fully with a celebration of some sort, and maybe those all happen on the same day.
Yeah, thank you.
And Councillor Melhoff.
This may be a capital budget question for Thursday, but are we gonna be putting up the signs and we have all the plans for all the signage along that trail and the different historical pieces to that? That's in the works?
So it's part of the trail redevelopment. I can't speak to exactly what mile and what, oh,
we
look
have
at
a
this.
subject matter
Director Martinson pops out of the woodwork just in time. And I would definitely defer to his project experience here.
Yeah, that's a great question, and we plan on meeting, of course, with the owners of the trail and our partners in developing the trail, AEP, this winter, to talk about more operational support amenities for the trail. You know, of course, things like signage and, but also potential access and staging areas and those kind of amenities that need to be thought about now and sort of developed as we continue to move along the process.
Can I follow up?
Absolutely.
I think that it'd be awesome to maybe link it with what the Heritage group is doing and the history that is with that, to tie that into this program as well, I think would be a really, a great opportunity, and I didn't want to have that missed either.
Yeah,
That makes
so
sense.
certainly along the Tauntaun Bridge, which is the last remaining historical infrastructure along the railway, there'll be some historical aspects tied directly to it. And then, of course, you know, having that in the back of our mind as sort of a theme of the trail definitely has always been part of the plans, for sure.
Perfect, thank you.
And Mr. Reed.
I have a question of Mr. Martinson. Did I speak about the signage being included in our current work, or will it be additional efforts? I should probably clarify that.
No, it's definitely included in the current work plan and a part of what's covered under some of the grant money, multi-year grant money that we've already secured for the development. It's just construction was phase one and the Tauntaun Bridge was top priority, and then the operational aspects will come, you know, hopefully early next season. Obviously, materials are always, you know, never ever worried about materials as basic as signposts and things, but supply chain issues are always a struggle. So now we always sort of caveat everything that includes supplies with, if we can source supplies, we plan on doing it. But if the supplies aren't necessarily available or able to get here, you know, just because you landed them at port doesn't mean they'll get here either. So yes, yes, we definitely are included in this sort of phasing of the work.
And just to jump on that comment from Director Martinson, there have been delays with particularly the railings for the Tauntaun Bridge. So, you know, that's out of our hands. You know, highways wash out, you can't really do much about that, et cetera, et cetera. So there may be even yet some delays into the spring for completion of that particular project. But it's gone really well, and all reports back, I still haven't made it myself, but all reports back are that we are going to be very impressed with that particular amenity.
Councillor Melhoff.
With there not being railings, how does that curtail to the safety of that particular bridge then?
It can't be opened without railings.
Okay, so we've maintained it being not access to the public at this point.
Remember that for decades it's been there
Yes.
without railings. You know,
Yes, but as soon as we start doing things to it, we then have to take on some level of that. So
sort
if
of,
we're
but
remaining
yes,
closed,
it's
yeah.
not open. Is the short answer. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
It remains a construction site.
And I guess I would have a comment or maybe a question, and perhaps the work we're doing as far as railings, that's a contracted service, I would imagine, and those materials have probably already been part and parcel of that contract. The reason I'm saying that is what I do on the farm, steel prices, if you can get it, have just skyrocketed. Like, if you were planning on doing something, it's some cases double or triple if you can get those materials. So I just wanted to ensure that that was part of the process and we wouldn't be looking at an overrun on costing on these things that have been delayed from.
Well, I'll take a stab, and then if I need color, Mr. Martinson can add. But two things there. One is, you know, all our contracts, you know, they're already signed for that project. However, you all know what change orders are, and when something is out of control, there may be costs that may get passed on. Now, I don't know those contracts like the back of my hand, but in this one, we were nearly complete, so it is unlikely that any of those cost implications will be passed on to us, but I couldn't say that for sure. I don't know if Mr. Martinson wants to, or I do all well enough.
Yeah, that was spot on. There is a tiny amount of work that wasn't included in the original contract as it relates to recognizing the partners who built it, including us and AEP, as well as that historical aspect. We wanted maybe a different design for that than having, you know, the bridge designers design that. And also we were sort of pressed by time. So there is a tiny bit of work that might be subject to those increases in cost, but it's very small and in scope. And that'll be sort of addressed next spring. But as the CAO had mentioned, this tender was awarded quite some time ago, and the materials were sourced, they were on time and ready to go, and then the roads blew out, and they're sitting someplace west of us. The shear span contractors, the prime contractors, they have control of the site. They will be putting the site sort of on hold, keeping it in a safe manner, and then after Christmas, that project will sort of be completed. subject to whenever our steel for the railings get here. But they've been really good about, you know, rolling with the punches and doing whatever work they can when they can do it, and sort of putting the plan on hold when it needs to be.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Cermak, I see your light's on.
Yes, thank you, Henry. Just getting back to the commercial core, you said that there's deficiencies will be addressed in the spring. Do you have a list of the deficiencies, and was there many?
No, that's a standard operating procedure, right? So we have a contract, we will inspect that contract at the end of the warranty period. And either as we go or at the end of the warranty period, then we will identify the deficiencies. So it's not as though this is some kind of abnormal situation. That's just, I can give you an example. Maybe a piece of conduit came disconnected, and in a stand-up. So they'll just fix that as part of, as the year has worn on, how has the infrastructure survived, what needs to be fixed. So there isn't a list of deficiencies, not yet anyway, and it's not atypical that a project would have a deficiencies list that the contractor has to deal with.
Oh, because on all the projects that I've done, in the 20 years that I've done it, deficiency list was always done as soon as they were finished for the year.
Yeah, so we would do that, and we would also do ongoing, and then we'll do the warranty, right?
Yeah.
So yes,
Yeah,
all of that is true.
after the effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Go ahead, Mr. Reed.
So, scrolling down to 2.5, the Leslieville Fire Training Tower. Thanks, Matt. So the bottom line there, this project is officially complete. So it's hooked up to electrical, the concrete apron has been completed, and if you look at the lovely photo, that center or tower, whatever you want to call it, is functional. And, this is one of those sites that we will, of course, take council to once it's not winter. I mean, we could go there sooner, but so we already talked about the Tauntaun Bridge. So in this photo, partly answers the question, right? I mean, we're not gonna chain link fence the whole thing, we can't do that, but we show it as closed, it's still a construction site. So they are working, but they don't have all their materials.
And we have a couple of lights on. I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe first.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I had a question about the Leslieville Fire Training Tower. From going through the fire budget with ICC yesterday, I see that we spend more on training than we spend on actually responding to fires. How much will this fire training tower affect that? I guess I'm trying to get an idea of the benefits.
As Director Haig, it's a minimal amount of money that this saves. We don't have to rent a facility elsewhere. But the increased value to the training that we can now conduct at our own sort of schedule. We don't have to book in Community X to use their fire tower. We can do it on our own. We can also rent this facility out to other municipalities should they be interested. Also, we have had some questions from private business whether or not we would open the doors to private training. And so there are some opportunities, but I will not try to mislead council. This is not a money maker. There is not a giant revenue stream that's going to come out of this. We will spend slightly less on travel, time, and rental of other people's facilities. So we will just get more bang for the bucks that are already budgeted. They won't be driving an hour plus and driving home an hour plus after a training day. They will come to their own facility, train in their own community, in our county. And so that's the savings part. But you're not going to see where I believe training was something on the order of $750,000.
Yeah.
You're not going to see it go to 600,000 because of this. You're going to see that it's 732,000 instead of 752,000 or 742,000. It is not a giant savings that we will realize from this, but it is absolutely a benefit to our service, and so our residents will benefit from it. Does that help?
Yes, that helps. Thank you.
And I might make just a comment as well too. One of the greatest improvements here is actually the quality of the training that we have. We do train on a regular, sorry, I'm referring to we, because it's been so many years that was my mindset. But definitely, in my career, there was a number of times I was able to go in a similar structure for live training. But ultimately, that was a rare occasion. This will be part of routine. So we've brought the quality, the level of our training, the level of safety, and ultimately being able to send more people home in a happy and healthy sense after doing what they do to protect us all. I see the value of that. And Councillor Cermak, your light's on.
Councillor Radcliffe, I wanted to know if we were renting it out, and have we went to other municipalities and told them that it's available for them?
So-
And the other question is, why did we put in Leslieville when there's no hotels there for people from out of town coming to train? Why was it not put somewhere where there's hotels and motels for other trainers to come and stay for, let's say, a week's training?
So, okay, so two questions. One, in the sense of have we reached out? No, we're not there yet, right? It just got finished. And so now the administration work of what kind of pricing structure, who might be interested, that kind of stuff will occur, in the next year to get that thing ready. Partly also, we got to use it a few times to understand how to make it work efficiently, all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
And on to your second question, why Leslieville? I mean, certainly we can go back in time to all sorts of discussions and decisions, but previous council and previous administration felt this was the right place. I will tell you, it takes up quite a lot of space. And so if we were going to put it in this yard, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't even work in Condor. This is the amount of space this thing requires. There is a whole, I could call it a campus program there. There's going to be more than just this training item there. We've got certainly some rail cars that are going to become part of the training efforts in that whole center. It's the right space of land. I will also mention, something like hotels. People in the big city drive 45 minutes from their hotel to their conference center regularly, or drive 45 minutes from their hotel to the place they're going to do their training at regularly. So asking people to stay in Rocky where there are hotels available, or any of the other hotels around the county, is certainly a reasonable thing. No instructor thinks they're going to get to stay 5 minutes from the fire training school. So it's okay. Operationally, it's okay the way we've got it set out.
Okay, I was just wondering why we didn't use the quarter section that we have out here by the airport.
Historically, I can say the quarter section was planned for other things.
Oh, okay.
This has already got a fire hall, right? More than half of the building that's there to support it is already a fire station. There is unlikely ever going to be a fire station out at the North Quarter. So, when you look at all the aspects of a successful operation, this is the best answer.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that for me.
Councillor Melhoff.
Obviously, being in that industry previously, the travel alone to Red Deer it's not easy to play in those towers for hours and hours and hours and then have to get in a vehicle and drive an hour and a half home. It's that you're barely staying awake at that point. I know the firefighters are extremely thankful that they have that within our region now. And that's why they asked that it be built, and that's why they put their deployment dollars towards that project. And I thank them for doing that, because they obviously did not have to make that request, and I thank administration and previous council for allowing their deployment dollars to be allocated towards that. So I love that this is in our community now.
And thank you very much, Councillor Melhoff. That's a really good point.
And Councillor Green.
This might be a stupid question. I don't really know anything about the training centers, but is it something that we can use for education purposes for like elementary school students? Obviously when it's not on fire, but I know when I was in elementary school, there was like a little truck that would come and they'd do marshmallow smoke and stuff. I don't know if that still exists, but is that something in the future that we can?
It's certainly possible.
Okay.
It's not part of the plan today, but again, we haven't finished the plan. Right?
Okay.
We got a whole training center we want to build out there. Are there opportunities that kids could learn something? Absolutely. Is there going to be a school just across the field? Yep, there sure is. So is there a synergy that could work out? Absolutely, and we're open to that sort of thing.
I could add to it if you if you like. Yeah, we still have, back to the we. Clearwater Regional Fire still has that house. With COVID, it's made it really difficult for them to use that training tool because it's a very confined space. For the actual operations of a fire training tower, there would be a lot of insurance involved. Like, it is a carcinogenic building, right? So a lot of training and a lot of extra steps involved in allowing them to do that. Do I think that there's a place for that? Absolutely, to have like a wrap program like they have for the welding program at a high school, to turn that into a firefighter diversion piece of that. I think it's an amazing opportunity, and like CAO said, there's a high school that's gonna be right there. So I definitely think that's an opportunity that we need to look at. Elementary schools, maybe not, but high schools, for sure, I think that's an excellent idea.
And I might just comment as well, with having that high school there, I think that's a great incubator for future fire service membership. So I think it's a great thing, having that activity, that presence within that community as well. Please go ahead.
Okay, if there's no more questions
sorry,
about, no?
Councillor Ratcliffe.
I just wanted to say that this has been a great discussion, and I'm sure that the thousands of people who are watching us today have a much better understanding of the value of that investment. Thank you all.
So we're on to the Tauntaun Bridge, and one of the, I don't know if it's on purpose or not, but one of the clever things is that we have never shown you a picture that shows you the true breadth and depth of the view from there. And I'm not sure if we're doing it on purpose, but I love the fact that you get a teaser, that lower left photo, but you don't get the full shot yet. And that will be part of that ribbon cutting day, is you will get to go and revel in what has been created through this partnership here. And we probably can't thank the province enough for their assistance on this, because it's beautiful. So Tauntaun Bridge, we've covered, right? Moving into operations then. So we've got some bridge files that completed, and that's great news. We have the commercial septage receiving station in Nordegg, which has been postponed but is on the plan, will occur, postponed until May. The regional wastewater, detailed design of the proposed regional system, which will be constructed at the Leslieville Lagoon site. And that's it. I thought there was another page, but I was living in a dream world. So any other questions? I'm happy to make my best stab at it. Otherwise, that's my report.
Great, well, oh, sorry, Councillor Melham.
CAO's report,
Oh, okay, yes, absolutely.
capital project report, sorry.
Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried, thank you. Clearwater, or 8.3, Clearwater County Operating Summary.
And so you hopefully will remember that what we've been doing is working towards a system where quarterly you will receive a more in-depth report, but monthly you will receive for information the operating summary. So this is the monthly operating summary. I don't really have any comments, but if there are any questions, I mean, you're just receiving it for information so that you can be aware of where we stand at this moment.
Councillor Swanson, you have a question.
Can you remind me, is this to the end of November?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on the operating summary? Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I just noticed that in the solid waste, we are significantly below budget. Is that because we're operating at the new site? I'm just wondering what...
I'll defer over to Director Hagan.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. In response to your question, Councillor, recall that this is the first year that Clearwater County has been operating solid waste services outside of the previous partnership with the other municipalities. And so the budget that was developed for 2021 We didn't have a lot to base that on, and experience has shown us, and as well as efficiencies that have been identified through the year, that we're able to operate it for less than what we thought it might cost. And that is going to be a pleasant surprise in the coming days when you see the budget that we're proposing for 2022 and going forward.
Okay, thank you. So the 2021 budget was intended to be operating in the partnership?
No.
No.
2020 was the last year that we operated in the former Regional Waste Partnership. 2021 was the first year that Clearwater County was on its own, but we had nothing to base it on as to what our costs would be without the partnership. So we took our best estimates, put them in there in the budget, and as we structured the new service department, we were able to find efficiencies and as well gain more experience as we went along and get a better handle on what it would really cost going forward on this.
Okay, how does this compare to what our costs would have been in the partnership?
That remains to be seen, and I would caution council in that direct comparison because the nature of the service is drastically different now.
Yes.
For instance, collections were being done under the former partnership. Collections are not being done by Clearwater County other than from our transfer sites to the landfill site. So it is very different, but I anticipate that's a topic that council will be able to explore further as the report that is underway and going to be underway for the next year in terms of consultant guidance as to where to go with our program and so forth. So I think there will be opportunity to do some of that comparison as we continue to gain information.
Thank you, Director Hagan. I'm looking forward to seeing that report.
You're welcome.
And Ms. Surhan, your light's on. Did you have a comment
I was
as well?
just going to reiterate that the service level is completely different than the service level that was with the partnership. So, and we didn't, when we set the budget, we didn't even know what the service level was going to be, so.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Graham, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. That brings us, I believe, to councillor reports. And I know we've had a very long session between the last set of councillor reports, and I know we've been very, very busy as a council and very busy individually with our committee groups. So I would look to council to report their activities and give you that opportunity. I'm just looking left and right and see who gets to be first. We'll start with Councillor Melhoff.
Perfect, thank you. And absolutely, we've had a very, very busy few weeks, including we all attended Muni 101 and RMA, and that was, I feel, a fantastic opportunity. I learned a lot in those two Muni days, and then we had the opportunity to second Wheatland's motion about the EMS crisis in Alberta, and it passed resoundingly. And then there was also 8 other resolutions that were brought forward that you can access, I'm sure, online if the public has any questions regarding them. Councillor Swanson and myself went to the rodeo general meeting together as well, and got to. I'll let Councillor Swanson talk on that some more. The Parade of Lights, I just want to thank staff for how well that parade float looked incredible, and I really appreciate all of the effort that went into that, and it was a great kickoff to the holiday season. We've had several good encounters with the town, and now most recently the village, working through some of our ICCs and the Stronger Together agreement as well. I have very much enjoyed the opportunities that we've had with them to see about working towards a common vision and all of those things. It was great. Councillor Graham and I sat for Ag Services and were able to go over that budget that we will be helping us all work towards in the next few days, and it was great. Mowing on all the paved roads went really well this year, with the exception of a couple of little fire problems that they were able to mitigate without an issue. And that was, I'm sure that Councillor Graham will agree, that was a great Ag Board meeting. And There's a synopsis on it. I'm sure that you guys, when the minutes come out, you guys can read it instead of me going through the entire thing with you now. We were able to award a scholarship, a homeschool scholarship that was brought into the Ag Board, and the person that applied for that, Bryn Gale, her application, I was so impressed with her application, and it's great to see that we have youth within our own community. They're utilizing some of the services that our county has to offer, and hopefully we'll bring back her training and knowledge back into our ag world as a veterinarian in coming years. So I very much look forward to the more work that we have over the next few days, and hopefully everybody has a great holiday season once we're done that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham, or actually any questions for Councillor Melhoff before we move to Councillor Graham?
Lunch and learn. I'm sorry, I missed one.
We can go back.
Did you have a question? I know your light's on, but
I
sometimes.
pushed my book close to it, I guess.
I'll go to Councillor Graham then.
I would like to ask Jenny about her lunch and learn. Councillor Melhoff, sorry.
It's all good. So the health profession engagement team did a lunch and learn where the chair, Heather, she presented what the physician recruitment, previously named physician recruitment, now healthcare professional board, what they have been working on and their successes. They've been able to recruit, that board has been able to recruit several physicians and is now working on engaging with other health professions and really trying to gear towards nurses right now as I discussed at the last council meeting and as they discussed at Lunch and Learn, we're very short on nurses currently to the tune of they've had to shut down 10 beds at the Rocky Hospital because of the nursing shortage. There's, I'm sure you guys read in the paper that there's 12 empty lines and numerous other casual and part-time vacancies at our hospital. And hopefully they can make an impact there. They're working on Christmas baskets and engaging with EMS and the nurses, as I said, and still trying to retain the physicians that we do have. They're also looking into whether it's required for Caroline, for one of the doctors or a couple of the doctors from the Rocky Medical Clinic to head back down to Caroline and re-engage in that particular clinic, or if Moose and Squirrel, who's currently staffing that, has any requirement of more physicians or not. So, any questions with regards to Lunch and Learn? No? Okay. Does that cover it?
Thank you. And Councillor Graham, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Reeve. Jenny mentioned, Councillor Melhoff mentioned RMA and Muni 101. That was great. It was nice. We all got to kind of get to know each other better, which was really great. I had my SDAB training, which was good, and I passed the test with flying colors, so that's cool. And I tuned into the Clearwater Community Crime Watch. I believe that's the right way to say it. They had a Zoom in November and lots of information about protecting evidence in crime scenes and stuff if you get robbed. And the tracing pens, I was asked last time by Councillor Swanson, they're $40. So they did mention that in there. And last Friday we had ASB and Councillor Melhoff went very into detail and I echo all of that. And then yesterday, our meeting with the Village of Caroline and the Town of Rocky, I feel so good about that. And our CAO did an absolutely wonderful job emceeing it, I believe. I was very proud that he's our CAO. And yeah, it was just a great day yesterday, I thought. And I think that is everything.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Well, thank you, and I'll pass the floor over to Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Well, I don't have much to report after those excellent comments, and it is definitely was nice to get to know the other councillors and stuff. I think we have really excellent relationships going forward with the Village of Caroline, Rocky Mountain House, and Clearwater County. The Parade of Lights was pretty cool. It was a really neat experience, and yeah, there was so much covered by Councillor Melhoff and Councillor Graham, excellent, but yeah, really good relationships. So that's my report.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to pass the floor to you, Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. A lot of what I have to say will be old news, being fourth around the table here. Yes, we've been through a lot of orientation and training, the RMA convention. It's all useful in further developing the scope of work ahead of us. And it has been great getting to know the caliber of people and the variety of personalities that we have here on council. I'm excited and very hopeful about what we'll be able to achieve and what's ahead of us. On November 30th, yes, there was a Crime Watch board meeting. The crime statistics were presented from the RCMP, and most crime is down according to those numbers. There was another presentation of the trace pen, and those are available at the Ag Building, and is probably the easiest way to get them. And there was also the presentation about the Light Catch app, which is a sort of crowdsourcing app for your phone that lets you know reports or make reports of crime happening around you. Usually stolen vehicles are tracked on it. And the police have monitor that as well. So even though they can't respond without an official call, they see that information. Do you have a question?
Mr. Reid.
I do have a question. Councillor Ratcliffe, you highlighted something for me. A while back, you had expressed interest in, or expressed the interest of the committee that staff would put that app on their phones. And I'm curious if any councillors have taken up that challenge, if any of you have installed that on your phones. That's excellent. It'd be great to get some reports back from you guys in the new.
Okay, so thank you for that question. On the 1st of December, I attended the CPAC meeting. The previous meeting didn't have a quorum, so there was no real progress, and this was kind of a last-ditch attempt to get CPAC going again. This time there was a quorum, so there's a slate of executive now for CPAC, and they are working on developing a revised terms of reference to reflect the provincial description of the Police Advisory Committee. And so that should be coming out in February. The Parade of Lights on December 4th, that was a lot of fun. The heater could have worked a little better. And then December 8th, we had the meeting with the town, the ICC, about the airport. A lot of positive talk there, so I'm hopeful around that. And then our Common Vision workshop with the town and the village yesterday was also very positive. It's so heartening to be talking to these other representatives and hear that they have the same aspirations for their region that we do. So that's a solid base for building our area together. I've had a few calls from desperate people, asking about what's happening with broadband. Regarding trails, back in the service level discussion, I relayed a comment from a constituent that if we're going to rebuild River Road, well, let's put a trail there. And Mr. Hansen suggested, well, that could be a problem, but there is a road allowance available further to the west. And that having trail groups like from the public coming forward to kind of promote this idea. And so I went back to my constituent who has done some work. He just called me on Friday to say that he's spoken with the federal park, the historic park, and with the province about the Crimson Lake, Twin Lakes. And they're excited about how that can connect those two facilities. So again, I'm hopeful on something there that can be another regional asset. I've had two calls from angry residents about dust control pavement being ripped up. So I think there's some future work to do on that. Lastly,
Councillor Reid has, or CEO Reid has a question for Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just specifically to these reports of dust abatement getting ripped up, as you said, have those reports been properly documented at our office so that we could use that information to provide better service, or?
yes, both people who called said they had also called the county.
Okay.
And spoken to someone here.
Excellent.
Yes. So lastly, Farrier is once again doing a Christmas, New Year's thing. Received a grant from FCSS to support this. So New Year's Eve, there's going to be fireworks and treat bags, whatever, at 8 o'clock. Last year, we had about a half hour or more of fireworks that we set off in 20 minutes. It was spectacular. So anyone that is looking for a COVID-safe thing to do on New Year's Eve, there will be room to come out and park. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Well, thank you, and I'll pass it along to Councillor Cermak.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say that the Ag Board, Caroline, and the Chamber of Commerce have got a grant, thanks to Mr. Reid for going ahead with getting the money, it all aligned to get some information about the seniors' housing. They have got a hold of Sam Smalden. He has sent to my wife, who has been nominated to do about 150, I guess, inquiries into what the public in the area would want in a senior housing development. So she's starting that as of today or tomorrow. And that'll be going on, and we should have a report back by this spring on what it's going to look like and everything. So that was one. Then I would like to put something out on some information to the councillors on the fire department. I know that the fire department, the chief has resigned, and this is more information, and what my opinion of this all is. Even if 1% of what I hear has went on in the fire department is true, there needs to be some change, changes made.
I will defer to Mr. Reid at the moment.
I would caution council that when you start to speak about HR issues, that you are treading outside of the protected area. And so if you were to continue speaking like this, you will be putting the county at risk, and you will be contravening the protection of privacy information that we do have. And as much as I understand your motivation to want to clear the air, that this, I will suggest, is not the avenue to do that and is not appropriate for this table.
And I would enforce that as well. We want to keep our HR matters strictly factual, and I would certainly defer to our CAO in that. HR is definitely an administrative function.
Is it really a HR issue that he resigned? I thought it was public
Councillor.
knowledge.
Certainly the facts, as Reeve Lougheed says, are able to be spoken of. However, the only fact that is relevant is that in fact the fire chief has resigned. The rest of that information that you may wish to comment on is protected information, and as your administrator, my job is to inform you when you are going out of protected area. And any comment you would make here regarding an HR issue, and you're saying is this an HR issue? The fire chief has resigned. That sentence is only HR. It only exists in an HR realm. It doesn't exist in a political realm. It doesn't exist in an operational realm. It only exists in an HR realm. So anything related to that is automatically protected. And I will again defer to your Muni 101. I will defer to our legal session that was held at the direction of Brownlee and George Cuff. Janine gave us an excellent summary of all of this. And again, as your administrator, I'm saying that any comments outside of this will open the county and yourselves up to a risk that I would say is not worth the effort.
That's really interesting.
And we do have a closed session later today regarding HR issues, and so we will be covering this in broader depth. As far as a concept of where does HR start and end, we will be covering that in the session, the closed session this afternoon, so that you can have some clarity on where the line is. But I believe you've all been praised repeatedly. HR Matters, this script has been written by the lawyers. It's not even my script. HR matters are the purview of administration and are protected information, and council cannot comment on them. That's, I don't know what else to explain to council. This is an offside area.
Okay, so I'll leave the fire department for this session until we go into a closed session. I would like to talk a little bit about the pamphlet that we send out quarterly, I think it is, every 3 months. Is that when we send it out?
Yes.
It goes up 4 times a year.
I believe it's 6 times a year, but
You're referring to our newsletter?
Yes.
yeah, you all probably got one recently?
Yeah. Would it be appropriate, I've asked a lot of my constituents and in other areas of the county too, if this information is great for them, and they say, yeah, it's okay, but most of it goes in the garbage. They don't even really read it and look at it. So I was wondering if we could put a 1-page ad in the Western Star once a week on updates of what the county's doing.
And I know an age-old problem is how do you reach everybody and which medium do you use? Because we're in a society that has multiple sources for their information, and something that reaches one person may never reach the other. And that's one of the challenges, and I'll let Mr. Reid elaborate as well.
Well, I can say that if council were to put in their priority setting, if you put, let's just say a generic, community engagement and communication as a high priority, and you were to say you wish for, in essence, a report on what are the best ways to meet, that's easy for us to accommodate. I will say that because of the information regarding, other ulterior methods, and this topic has come up before this council before, and this council has always chosen to continue doing what we currently do. I will ask Councillor Cermak, when you see at the post office and you see some of our pamphlets in the recycle, do you see any Western Star in the recycle? Do you see any other papers in the recycle? Because I do. And so I don't think there's a panacea waiting for us, one answer that's going to solve this problem. But if council were to put it as a priority, we will certainly go down that path and provide you the report that gives you the comfort in the decisions that get made. And I see Director Hagan's light on.
Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. Further to that, and with respect to priorities and council's priorities in particular, just a reminder that there will be a communication strategic planning workshop coming up in the new year, and council will have a chance to talk with our communications experts in terms of strategy and messaging that you would like to go out and that sort of thing. So there will be opportunity coming up to explore this further.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And anything further, Councillor Cermak, or any questions for Councillor Cermak?
I guess I'll leave the newspaper until that comes up in the new year, because I know that there's one newspaper that goes to every box in the whole county, including the area down in mine, where they get their mail and sundry. And the newspaper goes down there, so I think it gets better coverage. I don't know what the cost of this one is compared to a newspaper. I think we can probably compare that in this session that we're gonna have in the new year.
Mr. Reed, did you have something additional?
Yeah, I only want to say that, yeah, if you're prepared to wait, for that information to come forward, that will help council. I don't want to say we're not interested in hearing other ideas. And you all know that even on this agenda, there's a section called notice of motion. And if any councillor has a burning desire to see something move forward, and this is the part about democracy that, I'm supposed to remind you of, Councillor Cermak, you're welcome to make a motion and follow the process to make a motion to say you'd like to see X, Y, and Z. And if 3 of your friends on council were to support you, then that's how democracy works. So I question whether or not, you have brought this up repeatedly, whether or not the methodology you're choosing is perhaps not the most successful. It's not really a report item. If you'd like to see something different, make a notice of motion and see if you can get 3 of your friends to join you.
Okay.
Sure, and thank you for that. I know as a council, as we learn our roles, we learn how the tools that we get to use, and part of our councillor reports is to bring forward interesting things you've heard over the last session. I know that sometimes brings a question forward, is there something we could do better or do differently? And I think that's a great discussion topic. So I will pass the floor along to, if you're done, Ms. Councillor Cermak,
thank you.
I will pass the floor along to Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Yes, I will reiterate, it has been a busy month for all of us. So I'm not going to dwell other than just name the things that I have also partaked in. So since the 9th. Again, there was a Rocky Senior Housing orientation for the new elected officials with that on the 12th. I also participated in the Hatley virtual session stability workshop in regards to the Nordegg Discovery Center. That was a very interesting and informational afternoon. Again, for the Muni 101 and the fall RMA Fall Conference, which was very well attended. I think we were, it was great to see old and new faces there. In that regards, and I was very pleased with some of the breakout sessions that were presented. And I think, if anything, I hope it has helped our newly elected officials realize that we have a very strong public voice with our current RMA board. And always that there was an opportunity for some of our new councillors to understand that there's help there and in regards to any questions. And so I thought that was a great week again to get to know one another. As Councillor Melhoff has mentioned, we did attend the Rocky Egg Rodeo, RASA AGM board meeting. So the rodeo will be on June 9th, 10th, 11th, and they are going to commence monthly meetings starting next month. So I also attended the Cape Fall General Meeting online. They elected their new board, and there was a very good presentation about the Indigenous Engagement Framework by the town of Devon, and they are updating that particular brochure, so that would be something that I would look at obtaining and sharing with this council. Parade of Lights, well attended, the weather was perfect. I've heard estimates of anywhere between 3,500 and 4,000 people watching, which I think was tremendous. I attended the Alberta Seniors and Community Housing Association Central Region meeting on December the 2nd with the CAO, Ms. Vanessa Kidd from the Rocky Seniors Housing. Very good with upcoming initiatives in regards to affordable housing. They did do their nominations for and selected their vice president, director and alternate director, and I got nominated for the alternate director. As far as I know, there's only going to be one meeting at some point this year, and when I get more information, I will share it with the rest of council. I also was on the Rocky Chamber Lunch and Learn, which I found I like the new perspective of where they're going. It's more into the engagement than a specific recruitment philosophy. The last thing, FCSS. We met in person last week. All the 2021 funds have been dispersed. Unfortunately, their social needs coordinator, her contract was grant funded, and it ends at the end of this month. There'll be a senior directory that'll be coming out. That was part of her mandate. And there was a nomination, a motion that came forward from that meeting, and I will give a heads up to this council. It might come in very shortly, was that because that particular position was well received through the seniors, because she did engage herself on many levels, that to have it not continue in the future, we would see a gap in service level for that. So the motion came that maybe the Tri-Council could fund that position. And we're letting the director take that and work that out and bring that to future councils for budgeting in the future. So, or not, that's busy week and a busy week ahead. And yes, very good meeting yesterday with the rest of the Tri-Council. Great to know that I have lots of things in common with some of the other members around the table. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this week and getting on to our orientation with our strategic planning coming ahead in the new year.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Swanson? Oh, one further thing, I bet.
I just forgot, some of us participated in that social media training through Alberta Council. And what I found most interesting, and this might relay back to Councillor Cermak's thing, they said, how do people get news? 86% of the population gets their news by either computer, smartphone, or tablet. 68% by TV, 50% by radio, and 32% by print. I thought that was the most interesting of that day.
Yeah, and I can share that the biggest surprise there for me was that radio was still that current of a medium that people get their information. Maybe it's perhaps because we're locked into those cars so much and driving from point to point. Any questions or further questions for Councillor Swanson? Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham. Okay.
We're tricky over here. More of a statement. Very exciting to hear that there's going to be a rodeo this year. So excited for that.
Okay, and Councillor Cermak.
I just missed Michelle. We were both at the Rocky Senior Housing. Should we maybe enlighten the council about the repairs that has to go to the building?
Yes, go ahead.
What was Councillor Cermak was referring to is that the seniors housing has some further building repairs on the envelope. And I know that the previous councillor, Teresa Lang and Cammy Laird, have apprised, I'll just say before. We will be bringing forward, we can share, I know that the senior housing report is shared via the town website. So there, if council would like further minutes, because the minutes are published on their website there through their accepted through their meeting format. So at this point in time, there's we went through a quick budget, and we're going through an HR policy next week. But in the new year, we'll be bringing forward, once the quotation, she was getting it out for a new RFP. For that, and we will share that information as it comes forward with the rest of council. Is that fair?
Yep. Councillor Radcliffe had shared with me yesterday that there is people in the Red Rocky area.
Yes.
That does do beams. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, you had a question or ghost light?
It's a ghost.
Ghost light, okay. Well, thank you all very much. It's, that kind of brings it back around to me, but I might first say just a comment of how pleased I am to be part of such an active and engaged and enthusiastic council, and that's been my greatest takeaway over the last couple of months here, is just what a great team I think we're starting to form. Again, yes, we've all been very busy, myself included in this. Got to spend almost 2 weeks in Edmonton with both provincial decision makers as well as contemporaries, either in the Urban Municipality Association, which has been renamed, but I still think of it as the Urban Municipality Association. And definitely, I think a big takeaway for me was that opportunity we've missed for a number of years of getting in front of our provincial decision makers, both on a formal basis and on an informal basis. And I think I get the feeling from council that that was an eye-opening situation for them to be able to approach those provincial decision makers and get a rapport with them. I think it helps strengthen their position in their decision-making process as they move forward. I think so many of the points I was going to make have been touched on by everybody. Excellent job of reporting your activities over the last month. I would mention Rocky Learning Council. I do sit on that now, and they are going through a move in the new year. Part of that is from some of the leasing changes in the old provincial building, which has kind of somewhat forced their hand into finding lower cost things. So they'll be going through a move in the I think it's in March or April, or it's in a transition from March to April. Well, they'll be moving to a newer, smaller building, but hopefully something that aligns more closely with their needs and abilities to service the public. And actually, I think the only further comment I'm going to make is how enthused I am that at this point we're having open, free conversations with our other municipalities, our other municipal partners within the Tri-Council. I mean specifically the Village of Caroline and the town of Rocky Mountain House. It's very refreshing to see those open discussions happening and how we as a council have been participating in the concepts around envisioning where we can be together. And I would like to thank our CEO Reid for leading a very good orientation and discussion yesterday in that, and I think that was very helpful and builds that. So that's my extent of my report, unless anybody has any questions of me. I can go back to my 20-some pages of notes, and when I say that, I notice the number of viewers drops off very quickly, so. Mr. Reid.
If I may beg council's indulgence, a couple of times today it's come up about service requests, and I've put, Tracy Lynn has kindly put the website up, and I just wanted to take advantage of the heightened awareness, but also we have made some recent changes that I think may appeal to council based on much of your feedback. So if you see our main webpage, and is it going to be broadcast to everyone else too? Yeah, okay, perfect. So if you see our main webpage, there it is. We happen to be stopped on, we scroll through some of the most important stuff, but you'll see where Tracy Lynn has her mouse on the bottom. That always shows up on the bottom. It's a scrolling menu. And so you click that, and I just want to highlight a couple of the changes. So firstly, you'll see now right under e-service request, so we do get people who think that's where they go for forms and applications. So we click that, need a tax certificate, click there. Those are common service requests. So we wanted to put those at the top. But this bottom stuff, the next 3 paragraphs, if you will. Sorry, go up a little more, Tracy. Yeah, no more, above, yeah, right there. So to report urgent road condition emergencies. So let's say some bales have fallen on a road. That's a county road. You don't want to put in an email service request for that because we're not going to get to it till Monday. Let's say this was Friday evening. However, that road line, that's our county call line, so 403-844-8500, that's where we can respond to urgent road type issues. Then under that, of course, we don't own all the roads in the county. Anything that's numbered is a provincially manned or provincially operated road. So provincially maintained numbered highways, call 511 or go to 511 Alberta. And they have a very similar e-service request form that is much in the same way as ours gets responded to. Theirs is manned more often than ours because they have more highways and more resources. But that's a great place to go when you have something wrong with Highway 11. Because the county's not going to fix the Highway 11 problem. We're going to probably do a service request to 511 on behalf of the resident. That's one of the ways that we solve that problem. And of course, then life safety incidents, you need to call 911. And we don't want to have any confusion about those three situations. So these points of clarity have been added. And then the e-service request. And the reason that I'm, of course, a proponent of the e-service request is it creates the data. And when we have real data and a work order, and the work order gets responded to, we can tell you what action happened, how long it took, what we may have changed in our process because of it. But if we don't get quality information, so for example, again, that rumor mill situation, we have residents who say, well, I called in and no one answered. So they didn't do anything, which means we didn't get the data, which means we couldn't improve. And so this is one of the great ways that residents any hour, every day, can send in information, non-emergency information, and we then become a better data-driven organization. So since that came up a few times today, I thank Council and Reeve Lougheed for the opportunity just to remind everybody, this exists all day, every day. And while not everybody has the internet, those that do should take advantage of this if they have a service request, and I thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for that, and that kind of just prompted my mind of how important this is and how useful it can be to be an information tool as well, and how important it is to have the discussion around broadband service here. One of the things I didn't really state on my report was one of the provincial political leaders that is often associated with the color orange, did do something that we asked her for 4 years ago, and that was to create a strategy, a policy, and a commitment around funding rural broadband. And so I was pleased that that announcement was made at the RMA about that particular political party's intentions. And I think it really, examining what was said there, it is really in close alignment with what many of the goals we've had as a county as far as enhancing broadband service and the efforts we've made to that. So I think I see good things happening at the provincial level, and hopefully that can be dovetailed along with the efforts that the federal people are doing as well to really help facilitate some of the goals we've had as a county to improve broadband internet, and ultimately the ability for people to access services through our website. And thank you for that. I see lunch is here, and I know me talking is one of those things that keeps you away from lunch, but ultimately I should have
Or what I think you're about to do, which is the right thing to take a recess for lunch. Because of our missed presentation on item 6.1,
Okay.
and we know that presentation is not happening today due to unforeseen circumstances. And so if we could indulge council to get a motion to table item 6.1 to a future meeting.
I shall do that. I was just going to ask for a motion to accept councilors' reports for information first, and then we will go to that one. So I'm looking for a motion, and I see Councilor Cermak raise his hand. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That's carried. And then going back to item 6.1, that one, I'm looking for a motion to table that item for a later date, and Deputy Reeve Northcott. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? All right, it's 12:05. Is 35 minutes enough for lunch? Meet back at 12:40? Actually, let's make it 12:45. And yeah, so we're recessed. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm at Section 8 and 8.5, which is council remuneration. If you had a chance to look at what's been published there, if there's any questions, if not, I would entertain a motion to accept that for information. Councillor Swanson, and any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much. I think moving on to Section 9, which is correspondence, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yeah, I just have a question around the remuneration.
Okay.
I've been perusing the MGA, and it states there also that the remuneration to the CAO and the directors should also be included. Something, has that been a typical practice in the past?
That has not been a practice up to now, and that's news to me. I've never heard that one. Maybe CEO Reid would have some insight on that.
If you would like to send me those sections of the MGA on your interpretation, I can have it researched. I do know that there is a requirement for reporting in the year end, but I don't believe there's a requirement in that fashion. But if you send me the sections of the MGA, I can verify.
Okay. Right, sure. Thank you.
And I think maybe at some point in time, I have seen if there's additional expenses from the CAO, traveling expenses or personal expenses related. Sometimes we've seen some of that maybe, but that's just working off my recollection. It was, something incidental to some duties we sent the CAO off on, and just crossing my path. So, brings us to item 9. That's correspondence. There's quite a number of items of correspondence there. I don't know if we need to go in depth on any of those unless somebody has a specific question, or if there's something that arises from that creates an action plan. I'm kind of leaving that to council and our administration to highlight anything they think might need further. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I had questions with regards to the temporary solid waste site letter that was sent.
Okay. So that's page 266 then?
266, yes.
Okay.
There's obviously redacted for FOIP, but the other numbers on this are of their other concerns are also blank. Is that due to FOIP as well? Because they don't have the same redaction black piece as the others?
Administration did not format that letter, and the redacted parts would be clearly redacted.
Okay.
It was exactly printed this way as we received it.
Okay, so it's just a formatting.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further questions around any of our correspondence? Councillor Swanson.
Noticing that we did get a letter from Ram Cole in regards to their activities and bringing an update on their project. And knowing that the province has or should have been received the coal policy committee's recommendations or reports, I would like to maybe invite, once we get that report, and maybe invite the Ram River Coal group to come and present to us in person at some point in time. So I think they've left the door open, that they would be open to that, but just to say to council that at some point in time, once we get to read the recommendations from the coal policy, that maybe we should be inviting them to come in and be a delegation at that point in time.
Thank you for that. CAO Reid.
I'll only recognize that we also received some more correspondence, one letter in particular from the West Country Sustainability Group, the Conservation Group. And so that will appear in next council's letters. But that group has also appeared before council. So you, I guess, have the opportunity to hear from many sort of aspects of this saga. But I also wanted to mention that the minister, I believe yesterday, mentioned that she would be forwarding those two reports early in the new year. I think she said by the end of January, but I'd have to double check. So those reports should be coming out quite soon.
Any further questions around correspondence? I'm just asking for a bit of help here. Do we typically, with this number of letters, do we look for an acceptance of those for informational purposes? Okay. Individually or just one overall motion? Okay, that's great. So I think we're at the point that probably we could entertain that as a motion. Councillor Cermak, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That brings us, notices of motion. I didn't hear any of those earlier on. So I will skip along to, sorry? You do have a notice of motion? Okay, okay, let's hear what you have to say, please.
Okay. Okay, I actually have two notices of motion. The first is that council direct administration to arrange for an in-camera presentation for the next council meeting from Missing Link Internet. Missing Link has been successfully building and operating fiber to the home broadband networks for several years. And as one of the few successful rural providers, they're developing industry standards for rural broadband. So I think they can provide us a lot of information that we don't have yet on the specifications that they use, their build costs, uptake rates, design considerations, operational costs, upstream costs, and basic business plan that would help us decide where to invest or how to invest.
Okay, so I'm trying to formulate that into what your motion would be then, is to invite Missing Link to an in-camera session. I guess I'm just trying to understand process in that I'm not familiar. This notice of motion has not been a continuum of options in the past, so I'm seeking a bit of guidance along how we would deal with that. Mr. Reid?
I have several thoughts. One of which you have a meeting procedures bylaw that prohibits sales pitches. So there will be that one hurdle to overcome. There will be another hurdle to overcome in that you have signed NDAs from several other providers that you have canvassed in the past for their responses. Is the motion meant to be a start? Are you going to hear from every other provider, or are you giving preferential treatment to this one? And I would ask what particular reason you would give that preferential treatment for. But so it's not a simple answer, but as far as a notice of motion goes, we don't write your notices of motion for you, so you have to come up with the specificity and clarity that you wish.
Okay, so I guess I would put that on you again to state your notice of motion so it's very clear to council what it is, and then ultimately we will let council decide whether we can accommodate that, or am I hearing right or am I hearing wrong?
Just give me a moment.
Okay, thank you. Or is it simply that he's putting that notice of motion forward and So I guess my question is, on a notice of motion, does this council have to approve that notice, that we will hear that at some point?
In the,
And I do apologize for me not knowing the procedure on this. As I said, this is not something we've typically dealt with on a regular basis in the past.
so I suppose we could have this handy for all of you. We'll do that in the future, for myself included. But the notice of motion is the notice of motion. So what Councillor Ratcliffe is saying is he's publicly saying that this motion should be a part of the next council meeting.
Okay?
So at the next council meeting is when you will see it in front of you, and you can then choose what you wish to do with it at that time. You'll have your vote at that time.
So essentially, Councillor Ratcliffe is putting forward his motion that's going to be presented at an upcoming meeting. We're not responding to that motion now at all.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, good, just so I'm not doing a wrong procedural moment that leads to further difficulties, so. Okay, so does staff are you able to capture his first notice of motion then? Okay, go ahead,
Okay,
please. Sorry for my junior knowledge of this, so.
Okay. My second motion is the council direct administration to arrange an in-camera meeting at the next council meeting with available previous councillors from the last council to receive in-camera information behind previous budget and other spending decisions. Okay, I'll repeat that. That council direct administration to arrange an in-camera meeting for the next council meeting with available previous councillors, or available councillors from the previous council, so that we can receive in-camera information behind previous budget and other spending decisions.
Okay.
And
Thank you for that. I'm not sure what in the whole sphere and spectrum of the Municipal Government Act and everything else that okay, I guess maybe I'll defer to Mr. Reid, because this is outside of my skill set as this. Certainly have a feeling around it, but
well,
I've certainly never encountered this before, so.
today is a notice of motion. So at the next council meeting, these will be motions for you to vote on. So the meeting will not happen at the next council meeting. The decision as to whether or not all of council wishes to have such a meeting would occur at the next council meeting. Does that make it clear to you all?
Okay.
And what administration will do is simply prepare an item. There won't be a lot of background on either of these, but we will prepare an item so that you can speak about it, you can speak to it, Councillor Ratcliffe, and then you can vote as to whether or not this meets your needs. Again, 4 of 7 of you need to pass any motion for any action to occur. Is that enough?
Yes, thank you for that clarity. I think, is that enough, Councillor Ratcliffe? Okay, good. So then, as far as procedure, we need nothing more at this moment then for that? Thank you very much. That takes us on to item 11, and that's our closed session. We will be going into closed session to discuss items 11.2, which is a verbal report, advice from officials, FOIP Section 24, and 11.3, verbal report, personnel, FOIP Section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy. So I would be looking for a motion to go in camera. Councillor Swanson?
Sorry, just have a question on that. Has 11.1 been removed?
No, I believe we will be coming back to that. That particular item has an appointment time. I think I can share that at the moment, that's for 2 o'clock. So we will be coming out of in camera in order to facilitate the ability to go back in camera relating to that appointment.
Okay, I apologize, I just,
But I think it's
Thank you.
important to put some distance between those different points within there, and hopefully that will become obvious in the next bit here, so. CAO Reed.
You've covered it.
Oh, okay. So, okay, Counselor Swanson makes the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of going in camera? Thank you very much. We'll take a 5-minute break. We're back out of our in-camera session, and we shall go into a short recess, 5 minutes. Hey, welcome back, everybody, after our short recess. Our next item will be a virtual session, and I think we need to have a motion to allow our guests to appear virtually. And so I'd be looking for that. Councillor Cermak, any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. And I know that some of the content around this may infringe upon your fiduciary interests and trust, Mr. Ratcliffe, so I don't know if you have something you want to share with us before you, or just something to share with us.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. I am going to follow advice I've been given and recuse myself from this session.
Thank you very much. So moving forward then, we would need to have a motion to move to closed session. So I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Swanson, any further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're back out of in camera or closed session. There will be no motions coming forward from item 11.1, and we will take a short 10-minute break. Welcome back from our break. Again, we are going to go into, or I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session for item 11.2. So again, Counselor Swanson was first, and further discussion. Seeing none, I call the motion. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you. We're back from our closed session. We won't be having any motions coming out of closed session. That brings us to the end of the day, and I would say, since this is the last official regular council meeting of the year of 2021, I'd like to leave you with a thought or two that this is a season that moves us to think of others rather than ourselves. It directs our thoughts to helping and giving. This holiday, may you hold the tenderness of the past, the courage of the present, and hope for the future. The magic of the holidays is a joy we find brightening the lives of others. Merry Christmas. Have a happy, safe, and joyous New Year. And with that, I look for a motion to adjournment. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? Thank you very much. Good evening.